I needed to do that before I enter the fight, or?
Yeah. Yeah, you need to go finger snap at him again and get him to come talk to you. You could also go all the way over to that church that's past where he is. No, you have to do it at the ruins.
Oh, okay.
Like right where he is, basically. But and then you could also get that church that's further past there and get the like your flask and shit from there. I think it's Third Church of America. America. Hell yeah. It's kind of like when you get to that ruins, there's a sleeping bear, but on like the opposite side of the ruins from the sleeping bear is where Blade will be. Hey, Blaze, what's up, dude? On Friday, Grinch and I played Elden Ring all freaking day. I was trying to teach him how to play, basically, and walking him through the game. So, and then we were gonna play together, but co-op in this game is kind of screwy, so we were having a hard time doing that. But in the meantime, I started a brand new character. This character. We're level 132. A mage. Crazy ass mage. It's hard, dude. I've been struggling. I'm struggling with this fight. Pissing me off. like that. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know if I can heal the mimic. What's he fucking shooting at? The camera? He's like trying to hit me in my chair. Like, this has been a progression, this fight. I come in here dressed like this yesterday. And so I figured out that that wouldn't fucking work. I needed better clothing because I needed to reduce a lot of incoming damage. And then I didn't have this talisman or this talisman till this morning, so shortened spellcasting time and greatly raises potency of sorceries. I didn't have those till like just about an hour ago. If they have meat dumplings equipped, they'll heal themselves. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to see how to craft those. I went and got this meteorite of a stealth spell that he's using as well this morning. We're tearing his ass up this time. That's the thing, there is a lot of RNG with every fight. Like, I've got to where I know his fucking moves, at least. Yeah, I think we might do it this time. Yeah, that guy becomes his sword. Where the fuck is that going? Did not hit what I wanted. Like, there must be something I'm doing completely wrong there at the beginning, because I get burned almost every time. I think I'm supposed to just stay there. Maybe I get on my horse and leave. Go to a different fucking fight. I've never remembered having this much problem with the actual Elden boss. Or the beast or whatever. I think I was always way over leveled though too. Like, I'm level 132. What to do? Oh yeah. Hey, it's Lewis. Oh, good. Yeah, Frosty, it is a terrible two-stage fight. I hate it. Okay. Just kill me already, dude. Like, sometimes he can just slap your spell out of the air. And I'm dead. I really thought he was going to go after the mimic. I'm just going to drink a potion, man. I'm just going to drink a little potion. I don't think I can get behind the Elden Beast. I feel like it just turns towards me no matter what, and then it flies or goes in the water and fucking comes out in a different spot. Yeah. This is a mage. That's why we're casting spells. Yeah. Not slashing with swords. And that's why I'm level 132 and not level 200 or something. Yeah, I would much rather be slashing, honestly. Like, this sucks. I feel like they've ruined the mage somehow. This fight would have been over 10 fucking years ago if I was using a sword. But it's annoying because he's looking at my mimic. No. He's looking at my mimic and shooting shit at me, like... Makes no fucking sense. Yeah. Well, this isn't a game like this. You know what I mean? This isn't like your typical RPG where you level up and you feel like you've done something with it. Like, as you go through the game keeps up with you in terms of difficulty. So it's just... It's not a game where you feel like you can fucking... Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could over-level a bit, but... But still, it's like... This game's all about the timing of attacks and shit, dude. Like that. You know? You need to be able to dodge. And then if you can incorporate any weapon into that, you're pretty much good. It's just magic. Like, for me to be able to do all this damage, I'm having to sacrifice a lot of fucking, like physical damage, I guess. And it's just, if the enemy you're fighting does not take damage from your spells, then what are you supposed to fucking do? Like, that's been the problem, is 90% of the game has been fairly easy, with the exception of just a couple of bosses that seem like unkillable, and you just get stuck. Like, it's not fun getting stuck, you know? Oh, dude. Yeah, everything that's really good gets nerfed. Everything that's been good in this game has been nerfed. There's like the Hoarfrost axe. There's a lot of different things. The Sword of Night and Flame. Like, each weapon that was found to be useful, and people made videos about it, they were like, oh, well, you know what? Fuck you. Like, Rivers of Blood used to cause way more bleed, dude. Like, basically almost every 3-hit combo or some shit, you'd be fucking bleeding people out. They were like, oh, whoops. We made that too good. Let's see, the Moonveil got nerfed. Trying to think of all the different weapons that I know got nerfed. I'm sure everything got nerfed at some point. Supposedly they went back and buffed some of the spells and shit, like all the ones no one wants to use, and the problem is still no one wants to fucking use them, so what was the point of buffing shit that no one wants to use? Like, you're hoping to make us use shit that we don't want to use. Like, we want to use what's good, and you need to leave what's good good, otherwise we won't use it. And then what are we supposed to do? Nothing? Just not play? That's what it feels like sometimes. Or we got to play with like 3 different classes. Like that's really this game. You got a samurai build, you've got a strength bonk build, and then you've got the mage, which I don't know. Great. Yeah, what's up, Pete? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. I don't understand why he just focuses me so much. I mean, I guess because the fucking game developers made it that way, but god damn it. You know, you would think he would go after the other guy that's hitting him. You know? It's like, you're getting fucking smacked, dude. That is so hard to time because he just comes flying in. I wasn't even sure if he was going to go for me or what. Like, it's fucked. Well, and he's the easier one. I'll get through him, go to the fucking Elden Beast, and just die. Because I'm doing like 300 fucking damage with this stupid ass fucking spell. And it's like the only thing that works. Everything else is too fucking slow. Targeting in this is fucking stupid. Oh my god. Yeah, just kill me, dude. Fuck. I hate this shit right here more than anything. Multiplayer passwords, all the fucking information that pops up on the screen there. The fact that the game has to load that slows the load down. You know what I mean? Like, the game is processing that information. That is useless fucking information. No one's reading that. No one gives a fucking fuck. Why the fuck is it fucking there? Why the fuck is it fucking there? It's there to slow my fucking game down, and that's fucking it. And I fucking hate it. Like, it's like when PUBG had the fucking network lag detected warning that would pop up when it would start lagging. Like, why do you need to tell me it's lagging? I fucking know it's lagging. I goddamn see it. I'm pretty sure the lag's happening because you're trying to tell me the fucking lag's happening, you stupid fucking piece of shit. Like, I'm pretty sure this load screen that I have to go through to get to the next fucking fight happens because they're trying to tell me shit that I don't need to know. They're like, we could have seamless fucking transition of screens. Remember when the PS5 was coming out and they were showing games, and they were trying to make it seem like there was not going to be any load screens anymore. Like, you would just, if there was a load screen, it would be disguised in like a fucking, like when you go to jump in one of these wind tunnel things and you go flying in the air, the game would load the world in that little 2-second span of you jumping through some shit, and that's the worst you'd have to deal with. Like, they fucking selling us a bunch of bullshit every fucking generation. Like, I was sitting there with a fucking old-ass PS3 ready for the next console on the phone with Sony fucking years ago, and they told me the PS4 was going to eliminate load times. They're just not going to be anything. It's not going to be a thing anymore. And then the PS5. It's like all these games are fucking engineered to run on some sort of console, so it has to fucking, you know, it has to be like this for them. Goddamn console gamers. Bullshit. Yeah, hit me. Who's he going for? I don't know. No one. He just hits the ground and we all fucking die. I don't know why the whole fight isn't just that. He could just slam the ground, fucking hit everybody. You know, turn this whole fucking fight into a goddamn frying pan. Just the whole thing. And then we'll just sizzle. We'll sit here and fucking sizzle in the frying pan a little bit. We'll fucking sizzle. Fucking sizzling. God damn it. No, I'm probably going to have to go kill about 6,000 birds. You're freaking out, man. I'm trying to have a good time here. We're going to kill this motherfucker now. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. What we're going to do is go kill about 6,000 birds. Or we could go side quest our asses off. Get rid of that pin. We go do every fucking random dungeon in the game. And then come back. Yeah, I just gotta get good. I need to go to Best Buy and look up some Get Good on the fucking Best Buy's website. And I think I might be able to buy some of that shit. And then I use it and I'll get good. If I can get good mailed to my house fairly soon, I'll have some good in my house and I'll get it and then I'll good. You gotta get the good to be good. You gotta get it. You need good. Get stuff good. I don't know if I've ever even been in this place. Let's go check that out. Maybe there's some good in there. What's up, dog? Just put the kids down for a nap? Well, I'll try to keep it down. Hold on. Calm the fuck down. Everybody quiet down. Everybody fucking quiet down. I wish I knew the fucking words to that. It's like is it Samuel L. Jackson's Go the Fuck to Sleep? Better lay down and go the fuck to sleep. I was getting real ranty here. Listen, I went to the weed store today, and they had some fucking shit called cheetah piss. And so I got a pre-roll of it. They also had some dog shit. I don't know who comes up. I don't know who comes up with these names. I should read that to you guys one day. Yeah. I could read a bunch of shit. I know how to read. Like, I think I got so used to kicking ass with my samurai that playing other characters now pisses me off because I can't just slay things all fast like I did. Whoa. What is going on in here? We got an angry bear. Bunch of wolves versus angry bear. Oh, sorry, wolf. A Smith and Stone 2. Who's gonna come in here for that? Ow! You son of a bitch. They have marijuana called dog shit. Yeah. I'm curious as to what it tastes like. I'm thinking maybe someone probably smoked it and said, this tastes like dog shit. And then they were like, but it's really good though. And so they had to work with it. Holy shit, Bodie Burt with the $10 super chat says, stay up, dude. Thanks, man. I will. Where the fuck? Oh, I guess I have been there. I'm retarded. That was a different place. Sorry, you guys. I'm thinking about thinking. But yeah. Courtesy of the U.S. Army. Oh, good. They ain't ready to be a Marine yet. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously. Thank you, though. No, I appreciate it. And thank you for your service, man. I'm just talking shit. I was in the Marines like 20 years ago, so I get to talk shit. But you would probably whip my fucking ass right now if you're in the service right now because I'm fat, out of shape. My fucking company commander is Captain Crunch. And my fucking... sometimes the executive... Well, yeah, the company commander's Captain Crunch. Sometimes Captain Morgan, if Captain Crunch goes on vacation. No, actually, Captain Morgan is not the captain. Yeah, I was an 0313 in the Marine Corps back in my day. What's up, Dream Master 2.0? Welcome back, dude. I restarted a character on Friday morning. This is that character. It's a mage. We're level 132, and we got like 20-something, 27 hours or something. Bodie says, my dad was a Marine in Vietnam. No, dude, I was wounded in Iraq in 2006 and 07. Oh, okay. They pay you to exist. I'm kind of right there with you, dude. I didn't get fucking wounded, though. My brain did, I guess. But yeah, I feel the same way about the whole paid to exist thing. It is more than that, but it does feel like that in a lot of ways. Sometimes I think it's kind of fucking pointless too, like I'm just consuming resources and eventually I'm just gonna fucking die, and then what's the point? But we can make more out of our time, man, and you're doing it right now by being here and being fucking nice, you know, and that, like, spreads niceness around the world, which right now the world needs that big time. Iraq, Blaze. My little brother was also in the Marine Corps, and so him and I both got deployed to Iraq in 2003 for the initial invasion. And then I got home in June, like a month before he did. But I was also stationed in Camp Lejeune, so I didn't get to see him. You know, if I would have got to see him, it would have been on leave when I went home after Iraq. But the problem was I got home early. So then, you know, my brother didn't go on leave to go home until after I was already back to the fleet, pretty much. I did get a month of leave when I come back, but still, you know, I missed him pretty much. And hold on, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say here and also not die at the same time. Dude, I got you. If I didn't have my kids and my wife, I would have washed my mouth out. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. I don't really believe in doing that either. I mean, as bad as life could possibly be, I don't think I would do that. And it is fucking tough sometimes, but... And I don't know. I've struggled too, dude. I've been to a hospital before for saying I was going to do it, and then they, you know, they'll fucking put your ass in a hospital for about 4 days for that, apparently. But yeah, no, so yeah, my little brother's unit got sent back to Iraq in September of 2004, and then they started Operation Phantom Fury shortly after that, you know, and so he was there in Fallujah for the whole fucking thing. Like, they started that in early November, and pretty much for about 2 months they cleared Fallujah. You know, it was like the whole city, you got to imagine like a big square almost, and like all the tanks and armored vehicles were at the south end, and then all the infantry units lined up at the north end, and they just pushed straight through the city and you know, cleared it from block to block. And so yeah, on the very last day, he was in 3-5 Weapons Company. So he was a mortarman, but you know, they were around that time they were actually even cross-training our artillery guys, and the mortarmen were already pretty much cross-trained because they're O3s, but artillery guys are like a different MOS, you know, so they're not considered infantrymen. But even the artillery units were getting turned into infantry units so that they could clear buildings, because there was no longer a need for fucking indirect fire, you know. So, yeah. So on the last day of the combat operations of Operation Phantom Fury, which was December 23rd of 2004, my brother's team went out to this house that was like the last fucking stronghold. And the night before, their like sister unit, or not sister unit, but like one of the platoons within their company, I think, had taken contact at this building, and they had lost a Marine, and then they had for sure killed a couple guys, they thought, but when they went in there to clear the building, there was nobody in there, so they thought that was really weird. So then the next day they wanted to just go back and check that building out and make sure, you know, it was all good. And apparently they cleared several houses on the way to it, and they had split their section into two, so there was like half this team was on one side of a street and the other half was on the other, and they were going house to house in like two different sets of houses. And then my brother's team took contact. Well, so they cleared the whole bottom floor of this big ass house, and then didn't see anybody. And so my brother's squad leader sent my brother's fire team, and my brother was a corporal, so he was a fucking fire team leader. So you know, he was in charge of just the three guys with him, basically. So like a 4-man unit. So they went upstairs to see if there was anybody upstairs, and they found an estimated 30 to 40 enemy combatants in the upstairs, and they were ready to go. They had fucking everything. Like, they had a crate of grenades. They had a fucking, like, a PKM mounted on a tripod or some shit. Like, they were set up. And my brother's 4-man team, they had, like, made entry into this room with a shitload of guys, I guess, and there was, like, a quick exchange of fire, and then they ended up back in the hallway because there was just nowhere to be in that room. And when they were out in the hallway, they started trading grenades with the enemy, basically, and the enemy tossed a grenade out in the hallway, and it went off among my brother's team, and I guess a big piece of the shrapnel went into his armpit and got him in the heart. And then, like, on the coroner's report, it said that from time of wound to time of death, it was basically instant. But the guys that were there said that the grenade went off. He fucking told the rest of the team to get out. They were supposed to, he said, get the fuck out. And then he was going to cover them. And then I guess he probably realized he was wounded or whatever, and he said, "I'm done." And then he leaned up against the wall and kind of slumped down. And then their saw gunner was this other kid. He stepped into the doorway to try to provide cover for the other two so they could get out, and the saw gunner got killed. And then my brother's best friend was another kid in the unit. They were on a separate rooftop providing overwatch on the whole like area, and he got shot like as this was all happening. And I know this from the point of view of a guy named Jeremiah Workman. He got the Navy Cross for his actions that day. So did my brother's squad leader that was downstairs. His name was Jarrett Kraft. I don't know what Kraft did, but I know what Workman did, and he definitely earned his Navy Cross. I'm sure Kraft did too, but I just have no clue. I've not been able to find any information on what his involvement was or what he exactly did. Even in reading Workman's book, I'm not really sure. But yeah, Jeremiah Workman wrote a book. It's called Shadow of the Sword. You can find it on Amazon and shit. It's really hard to read because it's very intense combat. But yeah, when the firefight started, Workman was in the section that was across the street. So he ended up, I'll spell it here, hold on. Yeah, his name was Raleigh Smith. You can just type in Corporal Raleigh Smith, KIA, December 23rd, 2004, and you'll see just a few articles and pictures of him. And if you dig through the articles enough, you can find some pictures of me as well there. It's because I was at the funeral. But yeah, and then I had to go back, right? I went back to Iraq like a couple of months later, which it wasn't that bad. I say, I was kind of lucky because I was part of a MEU. So, like my second deployment, we did go to Iraq, but it was only for 1 month. Which honestly, I was wanting revenge at the time. Like, I couldn't get out of the deployment. I know what you mean, Blaze. Like, somebody, like my wife at the time, she's my ex-wife now, but my wife at the time, her uncle was a master gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps, like a fucking E9 basically. And yeah, thanks Bodie. But yeah, he told me that he had found the order or whatever in the UCMJ saying that I didn't have to go. And it's like the Saving Private Ryan thing. It's like the being the last born or, the only surviving son of your parents or some shit. But like, I didn't even try to pursue it or find anything out about it, and a lot of it was because part of me wanted to go and die too. Part of me wanted to go kill as many fucking Iraqis as I could, and I don't know. Part of me also knew that I was kind of irreplaceable. Like, in my unit, I was the navigator. So on my first tour, my mentor was this sergeant that I really looked up to, and he was our land nav guy. Like, he led the whole fucking convoy, and you know, he was just a really badass Marine, and I really looked up to him. And like, the added stress of actually having to lead a convoy is fucking crazy, you know. And I don't know, I felt like I could do that too, and I was really good at land nav coming out of SOI and everything. I actually failed the land nav course in the School of Infantry, had to spend the weekend secured, you know, so I didn't get to go out for the weekend, and I had to retake land nav, and I'm so thankful for that, because like, if I would have just barely passed or something, I would have just not known. But because I failed, I had to retake it, and there was only like 4 of us that failed. And then when we retook it, it was like you had a one-on-one instruction, and I was able to actually understand what they were trying to tell us. I think I might have been daydreaming or some shit, you know. I might have been just really fucking tired when they were trying to teach us land nav the day we did. But, you know, either way, because I retook it, I was great at it. And then when my second tour came along, yeah, I had to lead, basically. And there really wasn't anybody else in my platoon that could do that job. Like, maybe my platoon sergeant could have, like the staff sergeant, but that's not really his role either. You know, he needs to be focusing on other things. But yeah, the situation with my brother is fucked up though. Like, so Workman, when the firefight started, he made his way over into the house, and he found Sergeant Kraft on the first floor, and they were trying to talk to each other, but I guess there was like a dozen AKs going off upstairs, so they couldn't hear each other over all the gunfire, and so they ran outside to try to come up with a plan or some shit. And when they got outside, there was some other Marine lieutenant that wasn't in their unit. They didn't even know who he was. He just had a uniform on, right? But he came running up and said, "Hey, is there Marines in there?" And they said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Well, let's go." And so they all went back in there, and Workman ended up at the front of a hasty stack. You know, they just basically stacked up real fast at the stairs, and then Workman got the tap. He went up the stairs. When he took off up the stairs, apparently that lieutenant was right behind him. I guess the volume of fire coming down the stairs was so intense that the lieutenant would not follow Workman. So Workman ended up on the stairs by himself. And then that lieutenant ended up just leaving. And so Workman is up the stairs. He said he got to the top of the stairs, and he could just barely peek around the corner because there was somebody shooting right through that, like, doorway or whatever of the entry of coming up out of the stairs. But he said he was able to peek around the corner, and he could see my brother leaned up against the wall, and he was still aiming his rifle at this one door where most of the enemy was. But the problem with these houses is these are like big fucking fortress houses where you know, like some retired colonel lived, and it's like multi-floored with walls around everything. There's a big wall around the actual yard, and then and apparently what I found out later is that there was a whole tunnel network going from the edge of the city to this house. So, you know, basically Workman seen my brother. He realized that he couldn't make the push into this room to get to him because he was alone on the stairs. And so he ended up having to go back downstairs to get the team. And when he got down there, they were fighting with each other because they thought Workman was probably dead. But he had come back, so then they decided to go back up, and they went up the stairs, and basically they all got wounded. Like in Workman's book, he says that every single Marine that went up that set of stairs got wounded. And they were fighting these guys at handshaking distance. That was like the because of the grenades going off, there was so much smoke and dust in the air, they couldn't actually see each other. Oh, thank you, Bodhi, for the membership. Welcome to the Zombeard, because I can't write things apparently, but yeah, so anyway, so they were having to engage these guys at like handshaking distance, and he said that they would come running at you through the smoke and the dust, and you would see them coming because of their beard. Like the first thing you'd see is their beard, and then that's what they would shoot at, and but yeah, so Workman ended up doing like 3 separate counter assaults into this house trying to get my brother and the other guy out. And at the same time, my brother's lieutenant was doing a rescue team from the rooftops. So they went rooftop to rooftop, and they actually managed to get my brother's body and the other kid. His name was James Phillips. They got him out of there too. And so Workman is like trying to get into the building to get my brother, and probably trying to kill all these enemy that are in here too, right? And at some point he had to go for reinforcements, so he went outside to try to find anybody he could that would go with him. And he seen like there was like a 7-ton driver just sitting in the truck, and he was like, "Get the fuck out, you're coming with me." And then they went back in, all get wounded, come back out, and Workman was going over to the corpsman at his Humvee, which the corpsman is like the medic for the Marine Corps, right? And so Workman goes over to the corpsman, and at that point, I think his name was Butler, my brother's lieutenant. He had got my brother out, and so my brother and I think maybe Eric Hillenberg were laying next to each other in the back of the Humvee, and Workman come around to talk to the corpsman, and he saw my brother up in the back of the Humvee, and he said that he had his hand up on his head like this, and he had a look on his face like he was in a whole bunch of pain. And so Workman jumped up in the back of the Humvee with him, and he was trying to take his pulse, and he said he couldn't find it, but he was shaking so bad that he thought that was why. And so he yelled at the corpsman. He was like, "Doc, they need help." And the corpsman was like, "No, they're good." And he's like trying to process it. He's like, "What do you mean they're good? They need help. They're obviously injured or whatever." And he was like, "Doc, they need help." And the corpsman was like, "They're fucking dead, Workman." And then he said he looked over at Eric, and like he was missing his face. Yeah, Workman probably should have got the Medal of Honor. So it ended up being another line unit showed up, like an actual like grunt unit, like a whole company showed up, and they were led by this guy named, he was a major at the time. He became like a full bird or maybe a general, but his name was de Gracier, and he showed up, and he had to, a major, think about this, a major had to go into this building and forcibly remove that corporal. He had to drag Workman out of there because Workman intended to either kill everybody or die. And couple of years ago, you know, this happened in 2004, and I got a call from my brother's lieutenant about a year later, and he kind of told me the story. And then about 10 years or maybe 8 or 9 years after that, I came across Jeremiah Workman, and I ended up reading his book. And then I got a hold of him, I think, on Facebook, and then him and I had a phone call. Like, I talked to him on the phone for a couple of hours, you know, and I thanked him. I felt like he did what I would have done. Like, he was basically the big brother in that situation. And my brother was really well liked in the platoon. Like, it was a really hard thing for all of them, because he was a really funny dude and just a character, you know. They called him Section 8 because he was fucking nuts. Like, when they were clearing Fallujah, at some point he had unpinned a grenade and just tossed it down a well, like, while they were walking by it, and then he just went skipping away like it was just a fucking firecracker and kind of giggling, you know. And it fucking went off, and they were just like, what the fuck? But yeah, he was a fucking nut. But I mean, he was really well liked. Like, he was funny, you know, and I don't know. So yeah. But yeah, Workman did a lot that day. For sure. And he has struggled a lot with it too. Like, if you get Shadow of the Sword and read that book, the majority of the book is about his struggle with PTSD, and it's all behind that day, you know, and probably more than just that day, but probably 90% of it that day, right? And yeah, I'm sure even to this day, like, he probably doesn't have very, very, very many peaceful nights, you know. Yeah, you guys should really check it out. I'm telling you, if you enjoy any kind of war, like movies or documentaries or anything, you'll read this book and think, when's it going to be a movie? Because the combat that they went into in that house was so intense, and that, I don't know, just the story is pretty good. It's sad, obviously, but it's, and these guys, and you'll know if you've been in and fought, there's a lot of politics in war. There's a lot of stupid fucking reasons we have to go fight. But one thing stays the same. We fight for each other, and it's a love that you have for each other that you can't really put a value on it. You can't really even describe it. You can just feel it. Once you're out of the service, you feel that it's gone, man. Seen that there's a pretty good movie out right now called Warfare. I think there's one with, like, the guy that played Eddie Munson. Callie was telling me about it the other day. Said it like starts out all happy, like they're filming some fucking like they're sitting there dancing and fucking around in the tent. Yeah, Bodie, dude, it's weird, man. Like, I've been streaming for 10 years, and you're like one of the few. You're like one of maybe the. I mean, I get a couple of other vets every now and then, you know, but it's like other streamers and stuff, and but yeah, it's rare, you know. It's weird. It's like I feel like they try to keep us separated from each other or something. They don't want us talking to each other. They don't want us sharing our experience. I mean, I could watch it, but I will cry like a motherfucker. I can't watch fucking goddamn commercials on TV without crying. It's like Dumb and Dumber when they're sitting there crying about the fucking insurance commercial or some shit. That's how I am. And it's not the actual content of what I'm watching that'll make me cry. It's the fucking memories of everything that I've been through that get triggered, and then that's what does it, you know. And, but yeah, I cry a lot. And then I always say that I've never cried in my entire life, and that's the fucking joke. It's a big inside joke in my house, basically, because everybody that knows me knows that I cry a lot. But I try to put on a tough guy attitude, you know, being a Marine and shit. You gotta. But it's tough, man. It's like I have a weak stomach as well, and it's because I've seen some really gross shit. Like, I didn't used to be that way. I used to be fine. I used to be able to handle all sorts of nastiness and bad smells and whatever. But now it's like, if I see something gross, I don't even have to smell it. You know what I mean? I'll know that it's going to stink, and then I'll start gagging just thinking about something else that I've seen that smelled similar to it. Dude, when I was a kid, this guy wanted to keep a chest freezer in our fucking garage, and my dad agreed to it. If he paid my dad $10 a month, he would let him keep this big chest freezer full of meat in our garage. And so for like a year, that guy had his freezer in the garage. Maybe like 3 times in that whole year, he came over and actually got some meat out of it, you know. But for the most part, he just kept it in there. And then he stopped paying. And my dad told him, he was like, you got to pay me, you know, to keep this meat, or I'm going to unplug your freezer. And the guy, I think, probably, didn't think my dad would really let that kind of shit happen or whatever. But like, he probably thought my dad would want the meat for himself or something, right? So he's not going to unplug it. But after like another year of this guy not paying, one day my dad just said, you know what? I haven't talked to that guy in a year. I think that freezer is mine now. And so he unplugged it. Well, no, first it was after about a year, he unplugged it because he was feeling spiteful or whatever with the guy, and like, you know, he was like gonna, you know, teach him a lesson by unplugging his freezer, right? But then like another year goes by of it being unplugged, and my dad oh shit, there was a hidden cave up there. My dad decides, okay, yeah, the freezer is mine now. And so we go out there to the garage and open up this freezer that has not been opened and been unplugged for 1 year. And when we opened the lid of the freezer, this white cloud of, it wasn't a liquid, it was like a powdery vapor is the best way I can describe it. It was like, seriously, just like this weird powdery smoke-like vapor cloud come out of this fucking freezer. It hit us all, and I'm telling you right now, that smell is still in my nose. I can smell it right now just talking about it. And like, yeah, we probably did start The Last of Us right there. But yeah, it was really fucking gross, dude. And so then my friend Mike had a fucking radio flyer wagon, and my dad didn't want to load up the meat into his truck or anything because he didn't want it to stink. So he made my buddy Mike go get his wagon, and then we fucking had to take like 5 wagon loads from our house over to the dumpsters with all this rotten meat. And basically we took the freezer and like laid it on its side, and then we were using like shovels to get the meat into the wagon. And it's like 4 blocks down the road to get to the fucking dumpsters that are like on the other side. They were on the other side of the elementary school. Oh, it's probably just like Cobra's fucking armpits. But yeah, so we were taking wagon trips across the elementary school like playground, which had the football field for the high school and everything right there. And so yeah, we ended up, like I said, it was like 5 or 6 trips to get to the dumpsters. Well, on about the 3rd trip, we realized that my dad wasn't going to verify where this fucking nasty rotten meat was going, and we didn't want to have to take it all the way to the dumpsters. So we were just like you know, accidentally dropping some of it as we went, and then we would just end up with, oops, the wagon fell over, and now we don't have any meat on us, and now we go back to the house and get more. And we were just like dumping this shit in like piles in the fucking football field and shit. We were little bastards. But yeah, then my dad goes to the fucking grocery store and buys like 50 boxes of baking soda because he thinks he's going to put baking soda into this freezer and get rid of this fucking smell. And we ended up carrying the chest freezer into the house. We took it down into the basement, plugged it in, and put those 50 fucking boxes of baking soda in there. Like, he just opened the boxes up and put them right inside. And that smell remained forever. Forever. And it was fucked up. So I grew up here in Montana, and my dad was into all sorts of outdoorsy shit. And we would go trapping. Like, we would go trap beaver, muskrat, otter, sometimes fucking mink if we could get one, or a skunk even. Like, just crazy shit. But, you know, mostly beaver, though. My dad could get, like, 60 beaver skins in one season, which would go from, like, November to April. And some days when he would go out trapping, he would get, like, 2 or 3 beavers on one trap and run, you know. And so when he got home, he would have 2 or 3 beaver skins that he would have to flesh. And, you know, first you have to skin the animal and get the hide off of it, but then you also have to flesh it. So you have to sit there and take that skin and like nail it to a board or like a sheet of plywood, and you have to stretch the skin out with nails, and then take a really, really sharp knife, and you've got to like surgically remove this layer of fat and flesh from the skin. And there's like this really fine membrane between that layer and the skin that you can kind of see in some parts, but you can't see it in all the parts. So it really comes down to knowing your angle and also having an extremely sharp knife. Like, and, you know, so I had to learn how to do this at like 12 years old. And the first beaver skin that I fleshed, it took me about 8 hours. My hand was blistered up from holding the blade and everything, you know. And I was just fucking pissed off because I had cut like 10 holes in the beaver hide. And basically, if you cut a hole in the middle of the hide while you're fleshing, the hide goes from it could be worth like $35, $40 to like $10. And then if you cut more than one hole, it's probably worth nothing. So, or, you know, it might be worth, you know, $5 to $10. But basically, the value goes way down if you cut a hole in the hide. And my dad he could flesh a beaver skin in about 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and they would just be fucking perfect. But like I said, he wouldn't want to do all the beavers that he had caught in one day, and so he would end up freezing a lot of the hides. Like, he would fold them up a certain way, and then he'd put them in that nasty fucking smelling freezer, because that was, you know, the only thing you could put in that freezer that wouldn't come out smelling worse was a beaver skin. But yeah, it was fucked up. And basically, you know, there would be some days, like, it would be like a fucking really snowy day, or I think he wouldn't have any traps out or some shit, but he would have me go down into the basement and get a beaver skin out of the fucking freezer. And then I would have to take it upstairs, put it in the bathtub, and run a really hot bath and thaw it out. And then, you know, he would take it back downstairs. But I would always be having to open that freezer and fucking smell that nasty ass shit. That life isn't for you. It was fucking crazy, dude. I feel like I grew up like 100 years ago. Yeah, he's a fucking asshole, dude. So that's a whole other story as well, dude. My dad was really, really abusive growing up. So it's a long story, but here we go. So basically, when my dad was 15 years old, him and his friends were fucking around with a cold medicine called Contac. They were told if they took a whole bunch of it, they'd get high, so they did. And my dad ended up having an aneurysm. And, you know, it's where, like, a blood vessel in your brain pops. And he should have died, basically, you know, but he went into, like, a 5-day coma or some shit. And then when he came out of it, my grandmother says that, or she said, she's no longer alive. What's up, Logie? But, yeah, he was basically never the same. Oh, yeah, I guess I could just level grind while I'm doing all this storytelling, right? Anyway, after his aneurysm, he was never the same, and I guess he was really quick to anger and whatnot. And then somehow my fucking mom fell in love with this guy and decided to have kids with him. And then I was born. And then, you know, it was like I was a burden to both my mom and my dad. You know, my mom, I think, just didn't want to have kids, and my dad really, I don't know. Like, I don't know what his deal was. I think maybe, you know, having had my own kids and had to discipline them and all that, I think that with my dad, it's like he really enjoyed hurting us and seeing us in fear. Maybe because he kind of grew up with that too. Like, I know my dad was abused by his dad, and it was just that his dad was an alcoholic. So my grandfather, my dad's dad, would just beat the shit out of my dad, you know. And like, I know one time he said that he had snuck a cookie out to their freshly built outhouse so that he could eat it, and the roof wasn't on the outhouse yet, and he was sitting in there eating a cookie, sitting on the toilet, and his dad, which is, you know, my grandfather, popped up over the wall, and he said, "What are you doing?" And my dad said, "Taking a shit." And he said, "With your pants on?" And then he realized he was sitting there with his pants up, and his dad, you know, disappeared for a second, and then he come back up over the wall with a fucking hammer and clocked my dad in the head with a fucking hammer. And he said there was another time where he was out, or he was supposed to be over at a friend's house, but then his friend wanted to go hang out in town, so they did. And when his dad seen him out in town, he told him to get home. And then when he got home, or, you know, he was sitting there waiting for his dad. His dad come in the door, and he said, "Come here." And he walked over to him at the front door, and he said his dad beat him from one end of the house to the other. But basically, so that's, you know, how my dad was raised. So I think that might have been part of it, you know, as far as what was wrong with him. But yeah, so anyway, I think my dad just really enjoyed, like, hurting us and seeing us in fear and shit. And so he just did a lot of really mean and fucked up shit. there were times where me and my brother probably did deserve to get some sort of discipline. Like, we probably should have got the shit beat out of us with a belt, right? Like, we should have got spanked for sure. And we did get spanked a lot, but it was a little different too. Like, for my dad, when he wanted to spank us, he would tell us to lay face down on the floor, and we would have to pull our pants and underwear down to our ankles, and then he would usually use his belt, and it was pretty awful, but like I said, most of the time I did feel like I deserved that, I guess, but there were times where he went way too far, and no, I was 7, babe. That was when I was 7, but yeah, I kind of like to talk about it. Like, when I was about 7 is when things really got out of hand, and so my brother and I would have to sit at the fucking dinner table or whatever and eat dinner, and my parents wouldn't sit in there with us, and they would tell us we had to eat all the food on our plate and whatever. And so like, there was like mashed potatoes and green beans basically that my brother and I didn't want to eat. We were throwing this shit behind the refrigerator. Like, right there next to us was the fridge, and it was sitting up against a wall, and we were literally flinging forkfuls of food in between the crack of the fridge and the wall for like a week, because we had figured out the food was just disappearing. My dad figured it out, right? Because I think it started to smell, and they pulled the fridge out and seen what we had done. Well, my dad, he had a fucking cavalry sword, like a U.S. Army cavalry sword. I don't know where the fuck he had got it, but he had it. It was hanging up on the wall. And he had my brother go get it, and then I was in the kitchen. Ooh, that one was worth a lot. But yeah, I was in the kitchen with my dad, and he kind of had me sitting on his lap, and he pressed that sword into my neck so hard that it slightly cut me. Like, he was sitting there pressing it into my throat, telling me that he'd cut my throat if I ever fucking did that again, basically. And, I believed him. And then, let's see. My dad, he liked to do this thing where he would make my brother and I fight each other. And, I don't even remember when this started as far as how old we were. I just remember it always kind of being a thing where we would have to fist fight. And, I was 7, my brother was 5, and my dad made us fist fight each other. And for whatever reason, on this one occasion, I was actually really mad at Raleigh. Like, I really wanted to hit him. And so as soon as my dad said go or whatever, and we were squared up with each other and we went to fight, I just socked Raleigh right in the fucking face. And he took off running, and he was bleeding. He was crying. And normally I wouldn't do that. Normally the two of us would stand there crying, and we would beg our dad to not make us fight. And he would tell us that if we didn't fight each other, we'd have to fight him. And then usually Raleigh would hit me, and then I'd hit him back, and then we'd fight a little bit, and then it would be over. But like I said, on this occasion, I was pretty pissed off, so I fucking smacked him. And I turned around thinking that my dad was going to have, some kind of approval on his face. And I guess he wasn't satisfied with me not getting hit, maybe, or something. And so he punched me like Debo hit Red on Friday. If you've ever seen the movie Friday, the scene where Debo punches Red and he goes flying through the fucking air. That's pretty much what happened to me. I mean, I don't really remember. I remember turning around and kind of seeing it coming, but then the next thing I can remember is being in the bathroom, and my mom had my face like over the sink, and there was so much blood coming out of my nose that it seemed like the blood and the water out of the faucet were like the same. Like the flow rate was the same, which I know it wasn't, but I think I was just freaking out as a kid. But my dad came in the bathroom and he was like, "You got to tip his head back." And then my mom tipped my head back. So I don't even know how long she was going to let me probably bleed, but then I had to tip my head back. And then that was pretty much the last like bad bloody nose I ever got, because it's just ever since then it was like I couldn't really get bloody noses. Most people, if they get popped in the nose, you're gonna see some waterworks, or you're gonna see some blood, but mine, it just will not do it. And I've also got a horribly deviated septum. Talking, my nose is on the doesn't like to work. So yeah. And then see, I don't know how he would get away with shit like this either. Like, I don't know what the timing was as far as us going to school and all that, but at some point that year, it was like my second grade year, he had shaved mine and my brother's heads. And when we went to school, my teacher, her name was Mrs. Jones, she thought there was abuse going on, and she was right. And she, had CPS come and interview my brother and I. And when they came in and talked to us, I thought I had to tell the absolute truth, So I sit there and tell them that, when my dad gets mad, he will grab me by the wrist and the ankle and just throw me into the wall. Like, he would physically throw me at the wall at like head high, and I'd hit the wall. I'd come down, hit the top of the couch, bounce off that, hit the seat part of the couch, bounce off that, and then hit the floor. And then as soon as I hit the floor, he would be there just putting the boots to me. And yeah, so, and then he just had this whole thing where he would say, if you get knocked down in a fight, you better get back up or you're going to die. And then as soon as I'd get back up, he would knock me the fuck back down. And he would say, if you're in a fight with somebody and they get up, you better knock them back down. And so there was no right answer in that scenario, right? And then, so he would just beat the shit out of us, basically. And then, so anyway, when CPS had came and interviewed us, obviously the law wanted to get involved once they found out he's beating on us. And so, they came to talk to him at the house, and he ended up wanting to kill himself. Like, he, instead of going and talking to the cops, he had to, he wanted to kill himself. And he didn't want to do it himself because he thought he'd go to hell. So he was trying to get me to do it. Like, there I was, 7 years old. My dad's holding a huge buck knife, which is just like a big hunting knife. And he had got this rag, like a wet washcloth, and he had it on the handle. And he was begging me to stab him to death with this knife. And he handed it to me. I'm sitting there holding this fucking knife by this wet fucking ragged handle. And he said that the rag was to keep my fingerprints off the handle, and then I could just say that he did it, and I was like begging him not to make me do it and all this shit. And then he finally just took the knife away from me and then told me to get the fuck away from him. And then he ended up just taking a whole shitload of pills, which didn't work. He ended up, the cops got him, and he got hauled off to, like, the Mayo Clinic, basically. Like, he ended up going to Rochester, Minnesota, to this fucking prison hospital type thing. And while he was there, they evaluated him, and they diagnosed him with a whole bunch of different mental disorders. And then after like 90 days, they basically let him out, and he came back. And the whole time he was gone, my mom told me that it was my fault he was locked up, and that if I would have just kept my big mouth shut, none of this would have happened. And all that shit, basically. And so when my dad finally got back, we had an understanding that if there was anything like that to ever happen again, we would just lie. No authority figures would ever know the truth about what was going on in our house. And that's the way it was. And the other thing is that when my dad was in Rochester, he met a guy that would do 1,000 push-ups a day. Like, throughout the course of the day, the man would do 1,000 push-ups, and he had like a journal of it, And so when my dad got home, he said he wasn't going to beat us anymore. He was just going to make us do push-ups whenever we got in trouble, which was a lie. He got way worse with the beatings, but he just incorporated push-ups into the punishment. And when he first started, like, again, I think I was still about 7 years old when he come home. He was making my brother and I do 25 push-ups at a time, which I'm telling you right now, drop and give me 25 and see if you can do it. I bet you most of you can't, because it's fucking hard, And like, when you're 7 years old, 25 push-ups is really hard. It's like you don't even know what your body's really capable of at that age. And like, once you start feeling any kind of pain, you think, yeah, I need to stop. Like, you're not going to push yourself to like train as an athlete or some shit. But my dad, as soon as, like, it would be at least once a day, we would be doing this 25 push-ups. And there were rules with the push-ups too. So you had to keep your back perfectly straight. You had to have your head up, and you had to count out loud. And so when we would get to the 25 as well, when we got done, we would always have to do one extra push-up. So we would be, imagine I'm doing push-ups, and I'd say 24, 25. And then when I do that last one, I would push up and I would say, and one for good measure. We would always have to give him one for good measure, is what he called it. And you can do 30 to 40 at 18. Yeah. But yeah, so basically after about a month, my brother and I got to where we were really strong with the 25 push-ups. And once my dad realized that we were doing it without a problem, he said, okay, now you're going to do 50. And the first time I tried to do 50 push-ups, I got to like 40, and I basically couldn't do anymore. And I, was sitting there. Okay, so one of the other rules that I forgot about is that we weren't actually allowed to go all the way up, because if I went all the way up and locked my arms, locking my arms was considered resting. So I had to go up to just the point right before locking and then stop, which that fucked with my muscles, dude. Like, my arms, if I stretched my arms all the way straight, it would feel like there was too much tension. And for the rest of my childhood, and maybe even to this day, I have to like stretch my arms just to get rid of this weird like feeling in them, dude, because it's like I don't have the proper range of motion or some shit. But yeah, either way, so yeah, we couldn't go all the way up, we couldn't lock our arms, but when the first time I had to do 50, I locked my arms at like 40 because I couldn't go anymore. And I was telling my dad that I couldn't go down. Like, I was like, I can't do it again. I can't do it anymore. And he hopped up out of his chair so fucking fast, dude. Like, the way he moved when I was a kid was really scary to me. Like, I remember him running towards me one day in the yard, and he covered that distance so fucking fast it actually scared me. And you know, and so oh shit, I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, so when I told him I couldn't do anymore, he hops up out of his chair and he kicked me in the ribs and knocked the wind out of me. And, you know, I pretty much flipped over onto my back, and then I was rolling around for like 2 minutes crying and trying to catch my breath and everything. And then once I caught my breath, he was like, well, I imagine you've lost count, so I guess you better start over. And it's like, I think when we were still doing the 25, or maybe I think we had gotten to where we were doing the 50. There was one day I went to school, and the kid that lived right down the road from me, like, his house was, I could see it from my house. He was like 200 yards down the road. I had loaned him my jacket coming away from the bus stop because he just looked like he was freezing his ass off. And, you know, I knew I could get it back from him because he lived right next door, basically. But when I got home, my dad acted like I had gave it away, you know, and he was all pissed off that I didn't have my jacket. And he made me and my brother sit there and do 25 push-ups over and over again. Like, I ended up doing a total of 300, and Raleigh did 275 that night. Like, it was fucking nuts. Like, he would make us do push-ups in the grocery store. He would make us do push-ups in the fucking gas station parking lot. Most people that saw it thought, you know, oh yeah, that's great. And that was the fucked up thing with my dad, was that he would put on this smile, you know, and he waved at everybody. He fucking literally would not drive anywhere without waving at everyone. He would fucking wave at everyone. And he said, you never know, those people might be going home to kill somebody, and you change their whole day and maybe save somebody's life just by waving at them. And I thought, yeah, it was probably you that was going to do that. Like, one day, I think I was like 13. We had put this fence up around our yard, you know, and it was a lot of work. And my dad was pissed off about something. He was pissed at my mom, and we were going to the house in his truck, and when we pulled up in the driveway, he drove right through the fence that we worked on, that we built. He drove right through that cocksucker and skidded. He come to a skidding stop at our back door of the house. Like, he damn near hit the porch. And then he went inside. I don't know what he did. And then he came back out, and he got in that truck, and we went up the main street in my town, which was a 25-mile-an-hour zone, going like 50 in this fucking old-ass truck of his. And then we made the turn where the stop sign was with the tires just fucking squealing. Like, he didn't even slow down. Well, he did slow down a little bit so he could make the turn, but he didn't attempt to stop, you know. And then we hauled ass up out of town, and I was pretty glad no cops actually saw it, because we, you know, got the fuck out of there. Yeah, my dad would go out of his way to help a lot of people, and he even saved a few people too. Like, that's the other thing, is he did actually save some lives that I witnessed. You know, it was like, I saw him save a baby once, which I think he was just at the right place at the right time for that. But, like, you know, my dad did have a good side, I guess. Like, he was funny at times. He was nice at times, you know. when he was in a good mood, I guess. But man, when he would get mad, it would just be us getting beat and a lot of other fucking scary shit. When I was 15, right before he got locked up, his thing to do was just press his fully loaded 44 Magnum up against my forehead and tell me that he was going to kill me. And one time he was sitting there pressing that gun up against my forehead, and then he took it off my forehead and he turned and he shot the floor. And we lived exactly 1 block from the police station. Nobody came and knocked on our door. One day, my brother and I were at the elementary school, and we were kind of fucking with this other kid. He was a year older than us, you know, but he was talking shit. We were talking shit. And then there was like this hose right there, and it was just the one hose, so we ended up squirting him with some water. Well, he gets on his fucking bike and takes off. We didn't think much of it, you know. Well, on his way home, he stopped by my house, told my dad that we had squirted him with water, you know. And so when we get home, my dad tells me and my brother to go out back, and we go out there, and he proceeds to hose us down with the garden hose and then beat us from head to toe with the fucking garden hose. And then he made me get on my bicycle and ride around the block the exact distance that kid had to ride to get to his house. And it was like 5 laps around my fucking block. And every time I went past the police station, and I was like, there were times as a kid that I would go riding by the police station just because I was going places, and I'd end up, you know, it's a small town, and I would see like a dispatcher outside smoking, or sometimes the cops would be walking out or walking in. You know, I would just be hoping, like on those laps, man, I was hoping that somebody would come out and see me, but nobody did. One time when I was in like 7th grade, I went to leave the house for school, and as I was walking past my dad, he stopped me and he asked me if I was wearing long johns, because here in Montana it gets really fucking cold. And I said no, I didn't think it was that cold out. And he makes me strip down to my tidy whities and my shoes and run from our house up to the high school, touch the building, and then come back in my motherfucking underwear. You know how embarrassing that was? 7th fucking grade. I don't know who saw me because I was too busy crying. Yeah, I had to use the Monopoly money food stamps back in the day. My mom apparently had some sort of panic disorder, so she couldn't do any shopping. So when I was like 10 years old, we had moved into town, and that was when that started. And pretty much my mom would give me and my little brother a grocery list and some coupons and some money or the fucking food stamp book, and we would walk 5 blocks up to the grocery store, buy whatever the fuck she wanted, and then bring it home. I had to buy tampons, whatever the fuck, you name it. And then about once a month, I would have to buy a 50-pound bag of dog food, and I'd have to walk that home. Like, I did get strong. You know, I ended up beating the high school bench press record because of my dad, I'm pretty sure. Or my high school, anyway. When I got into my senior year, the bench record was 320, and I ended up setting it to 345. Couldn't quite get that 350, god damn it. Actually, I don't think I ever even tried. I think I just kind of ran out of time with my school year. But when I went into my senior year, I was benching like 275. So I improved quite a bit over my senior year. Yeah, I'm a monster, dude. Well, I'm only 5'9", but I am built like a fucking stump. And I'm really fucking strong. Like, in the Marine Corps, that sergeant I was talking about earlier that I really looked up to, that was kind of my mentor, he would kind of fuck with me and say that I had retard strength, because I just, in the Marines, in my job, we were on a vehicle called the LAV, or my vehicle was an LAV 25, and they run on tires. It's like 8 wheels that hold a 14-ton vehicle. So you imagine these wheels are pretty stout. They weigh about 250, maybe, probably 250 pounds, and they're just a big object. Like, they're bigger around than like a washing machine or some shit, so you really struggle to pick them up. And most Marines, it's a 2-man lift. You're going to have 2 Marines pick that tire up, because on the LAV, up on the side of the vehicle, like at about face level, we had a tire rack that you could put the spare tire on. And we would have to mount a spare tire up there. And if you use that spare tire in the field, then you'd have to put it back up there later. And so, yeah, we were always moving this spare fucking tire. And I was one of only 2 known guys. There was this other mechanic, actually, that was like a staff sergeant or some shit, that was like a big motherfucker. He wasn't there anymore when I got to the battalion, but they had told stories about him, basically, and he was the other guy that could pick up the spare tire by himself and put it on the rack. I was the only other guy that could do it. And like I said, I'm only 5'9". Like, there's motherfuckers in the Marine Corps that are like 6'4". Maybe not in the unit I was in, though, because when I think back, there wasn't too many really tall guys. Some of the scouts were, like the 0311s we had in the back, but none of us 13s were really tall, because there's probably a height limit for the crewmen. My calves have an OnlyFans, dude. You got to pay to see that shit. Yeah, my kids all have my calves, and people look at their calves and go, Jesus Christ, and then they all go, no, you should see my dad's. They do, too. It's fucked up. Mine happened because of my dad, because, like I said, he was really outdoorsy, and so we did a lot of hiking. We were always trying to go up into the wilderness over here and find gold and shit. Just our gold panning spot, like I was telling Blaze the other day, I would like to go there, but the hike down is so fucking hard that I only like to do it about once a year. But my crazy-ass dad would be doing that shit like 4 times a week. He made a backpack dredge. Like, he went to the hardware store and bought a water pump that was like, it was like 40 pounds, like this fucking crazy gas-powered water pump. And then he had a sluice box and all the hoses, all this shit. It was about 90 pounds on his back, and he fucking put that on his back and carried it down into the canyon. Oh, shit. Bodie says $5 to show the calves. That might get you 1 calf. Hold on. It's just because they haul my fat ass around. See, I'm not even flexing. That is just a resting calf right there. I had like 2 NCOs in the Marines that were into like amateur bodybuilding, I guess, and they would tell me, well, Sergeant Ritchie, the one, he told me that if he had my calves, he would go pro for bodybuilding. And I don't know how you're supposed to take that. Like, does that mean I just should get into that? But, That was crotch cam for a second. Hey, K-Quad, what's up, dude? We're just showing off the calf show. Gotta get the camera back in a way that it was before. Now I gotta show you everything else. I gotta show you everything else in this fucking room. If you're interested in a very good edged weapon that is functional and cool looking, check out Zombie Tools. I'm not sponsored or anything, but this is the Zombie Tools Apokatana. I guess if you're in London, you're fucked, but they make their blades out of 5160 spring steel, which is very good for swords in particular. Yeah, I've got this one. The Difos, which I think this is still their most expensive blade. It's about $800. It's got an acid etch finish. So does the katana. Got a Trauma Hawk. This is their Trauma Hawk. It's really, really sharp. Like this little point, I don't even want to touch it because it's so sharp. I can do that with the scabbard on there, but I don't know if I want to do it with it off. We make one mistake, we're going to the hospital, and I'm on blood thinners. This is the Mauler. And she's deadly. I got two of these buck talons. One's flat earth, and then I got this one. The other one's in my backpack, though. It's like my EDC. I just take it with me in my backpack. But this is like the ultimate survival knife, dude. You got this badass saw, and look how thick this fucker is. It is a chunk of metal, dude. But you can make it into a spear. You got the spear holes. You can hammer shit back here. This flat part on the end right here is meant for batoning. So you're meant to be able to put it on a block of wood and then beat on this part to chop through the wood. Badass knife. Yeah. Optic quality glass right here. Optic quality diving mask with my. These are basically like professional freediving fins that I use just to swim around and snorkel around in the lakes because it's like you're a fucking whale. Well, I would say dolphin, but yeah, it's like I'm a whale. All my rocks. All rocks. That's all games over there. That's all Nintendo 64 games up here. It's all NES games. Here, that's all Super Nintendo section right there. It's impossible for you guys to see it all, but yours all right. I got this green one. I'll sell you it right now. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't, but a little dusty. At one time, I had 6. I loaned one to a friend, so he's kind of got it right now. But right now, I've got 5 Nintendo 64s, and then I've got like 3 NESs. I think I've got 4 Super Nintendos, like the actual consoles. I got an old. I don't even know if this shit works. I think it does. It's in pretty. Yeah, sorry if I'm too far from the mic and an idiot and talking to you guys and you can't hear it, because, yeah. Oh, Bodie, you got to go, man? What, though? Yeah, thank you so much, man. I'll see you around sometime. Thank you for stopping by. And like I said, I like talking about this shit, and without people asking, I guess there wouldn't be much talking about it, But yeah, thanks, man. This is a fucking power glove. I had a friend come over just so he could wear this thing because he was like, "Man, I gotta see it." I never even seen one of those as a kid. I seen commercials for them, but I never did see one in real life. I think right at the start of the year I shaved, but my beard was like 7 or 8 inches. It gets stupid. And every time I shave it and grow it back, it gets longer and thicklier. I'm in line to be Santa. It's a tough job, though. Santa is a tough job. One of these days, I need to get all my retro shit set up so I could actually play it. 64 is really hard to capture, though. But it would be kind of cool to set it all up and then, like, just go through every game, you know, and just try to play them all. Some of them are really fucking stupid. I've got some really dumb games. Like, they're not all the games you would want. They're just all the games that I've seen. There are a lot of good ones, though. I've got several copies of, like, the best ones. Maybe not the best ones. There's some out there that are worth fucking crazy money. And there's people getting their cartridges graded as if they were, like, playing cards and shit, or, like, trading cards, you know? You could send a NES Mario off and have it certified, and then it'd be worth like $10,000. Or I think somebody did that with one that was like an it's like unbox or no, it was new in the box, like fully sealed everything, and it was like $1 million because it was in one of those graded things. Cases or whatever. Rogue Squadron and Zelda are your all-time favorite NES or N64 games? Dude, I think GoldenEye like has the most nostalgia for me because we used to go over to each other's houses and play that a lot. Like that was the first multiplayer shooter that I can think of, you know, that I remember, other than me setting up my Green Army men in the yard. But yeah, I think Rogue Squadron, I think I did play that before. If I remember right, it was kind of like more flying oriented, like almost like what was that fucking weird ass 64 game where it was the one that had the V chip in it for the first time, and it was like a big deal because there was talking. God damn it, I can't remember. It's like you're flying and shit. It's not Pilot Wings. It was something with like a rabbit as the fucking main character. I can't remember the name now. My brain. Yeah, GoldenEye's good. I don't think I've ever really played. So here's the deal. When 64 came out, you know, back in those days, I would have had to rent the console. And I did rent it a couple of times. But that was pretty much the only real time that I got to play 64. And then when I got my first job in like, I was 16 in like 98 basically. So I go to work at this grocery store. The guy that was working there, that he was like one of my best friends now, and well, not now, but back in the day, I guess. But you know, he was like 4 years older than me, but he was really cool, and I'd go hang out with him at his house after work and shit. But either way, he had a PlayStation. That was the first time I ever seen a PlayStation or even heard of it. And then, you know, he ended up talking me into getting one. And that's when I discovered games like Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid. I played all the greats back on the PS1, back when they were kind of new. I played MGS for sure when it came out, and then so I kind of went away from Nintendo and didn't get to play a lot. Like, I'm really good at Mario World, or Super Mario World, Super Mario 3, Super Mario Bros. I'm not good at Mario 2, and I think I would be embarrassed to be good at it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like Mario 2 that much. But yeah, like Mario 64, I fucking suck at that game. I like it, though. I've played it a few times over the years, having, gotten into these games. Dude, I don't know if you've got a Nintendo Switch, but you can play a lot of the older Nintendo games online with each other on the Nintendo Switch. Like Lewis here in chat, we've played GoldenEye against each other on stream here on the Switch. It's fucking crazy. But you could play like Mario 3 and you could be Luigi and then I could be Mario or whatever. It's like, it's crazy that you can do that. I have not played Death Stranding. No. It looks too weird, man. Honestly, like I've heard it's like a walking sim, like a delivery sim or something. So I just didn't really get into it. MGS3 was like the last Metal Gear Solid that I really liked. 4 was kind of weird, and then 5 was all right, but I'm not like a Kojima super fan or anything, though. But thanks, Bodie. I hope you're doing all right in life, too, man. I know you were saying that you got hurt and stuff, and I get so caught up in telling my own story, I don't even bother to ask people about their shit. And, you don't have to say stuff, and I think you were getting ready to leave, too, but I don't want to try to keep you here beyond anything, but I'm not the regular streamer that's like positive vibes only and avoids talking about people's problems to keep it that way, basically. Like, I will talk about your problems and go and have a really bad day. No, I'm just kidding. But, I'm willing to, though. That's the thing, is I'm willing to, I don't know. I'm willing to talk about pretty much anything, and maybe not anything, but, a lot of people's problems, I guess. I don't know. Like, the internet's kind of weird because most people go to the internet to get away from real life, and so you don't want to necessarily deal with your real life shit on the internet. But there's also, I think, a lot of really broken people in the world that are just needing people to talk to and stuff like that, and I've found a lot of that online. Like, and I think I have helped a lot of people over the years. Maybe just by sharing my story and something about it, inspires them, or sometimes it's just by listening to people. I'm glad you're still here, dude. This has been a stream about killing birds. There's an MGS3 remaster? I don't think I've seen that. All right, Bodie, have a good one, man. Stay safe out there. Bunch of crazies. Have you played the Oblivion remaster, Lewis? I figured if anybody has, it's you. You're playing it right, meow? Is it only on console? No, actually, never mind. I'm stupid. I seen it on the Steam page. Is it? It must be. I don't know. Why are you playing it on Xbox? Yeah, man. Why are you on Xbox? Oh, that's what I was thinking. It's like it must be free or something. That's cool. It went straight to Game Pass. Yeah, I hear you there. That's what I did with BO6 when it first came out. I still had Game Pass on my Xbox, and I was like, yeah, let me just try it on Xbox, and then if it's good, I'll get it on PC. And then I got it on PC, and now I don't play it because I don't like it. I don't like their fucking store of duty. Let's fucking buy this skin pack of duty. Beard. Hopefully it looks better, honestly. Hopefully 6 will look better. But yeah, it's kind of like Red Dead 2, right? Like Red Dead 2 gives me hope that GTA 6 is going to be just mind-blowingly in-depth. Like the little details that they did with Red Dead 2, like the way the horse's balls suck up tight to the body when you're in the cold areas versus hang down low when you're in the warmer, swampy areas. It's those kind of details that are going to make GTA 6 a fucking crazy immersive experience. It's those kind of details that I don't really want to bring up again. I don't want to mention ever again. It's true, though. All right, Radagon. Fuck. just beamed my fucking mimic. Oh, what the hell? This is the most unathletic thing I've ever done. Shit. That's so crazy, man. I don't understand how he's able to hit me multiple times like that. Normally you have like a weird like stun phase or whatever when you're like knocked down for a second. Fuck you. I can't get the timing on that third one. Pissing me off. Fuck you. Stand there, Mimic. What the fuck? Mimic's like, I've done all I can. You must do the rest. What the fuck ever? Oh, that's annoying. That's really, really, really annoying. I think I've got too many magic flasks. You guys think I had 3 left right there? I need to have a little bit more health. Yeah, he did. All right. Well, yesterday when I was first trying to fight this guy, when I called in my Mimic, it would take more than half of my health. I was like 120. See, like right there, that doesn't make sense. I hit him last, and he's still not hitting me. Normally, he'll go after me like a son of a bitch. The worst is he'll get your Mimic down and start hitting him with some bullshit, and it's like, at that point, the boss won't take damage. Took me a couple of fights to figure that out, because I'd just be behind him, beaming him, and it wasn't doing anything. I was like, oh shit. How's this guy not take damage? Come on! Just go after me. A second ago, you were only going after him. All right. This feels like it could be the one. This could be the one, or we're just gonna get smoked right away. It's not the one. It might be the one still, but... That's how you dodge, Mimic. Jesus Christ. Oh. Seriously. Where's that even going? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Jesus. It just doesn't seem right, man. I don't understand. I remember the last time I played this, Mage was literally the easiest way to fight this guy. And now I can't do it. I don't know. Maybe I was way higher leveled. Oh my God. Well, just fucking kill me then, dude. Like, I really want to just restart the fight. I wish there was an option to just quick reset. I guess this is it. I just wish there was like a literal fucking menu option for it. It's like if something goes wrong right at the start of the fight, it would be nice to be able to just quick reset the whole fight. Like, put me outside the door. All my shit. Yeah, it was good before they nerfed the whole thing into the ground. Sometimes I feel like the button is just not working. Like, I know I hit B before he fucking came at me, and I just didn't even roll. I just didn't. Maybe my controller's going to shit. Could be. It does have some weird drift. Of course, it won't do it when I say it. It's like, it's a weird stick drift that'll happen from time to time. I don't know if there's even any way to avoid that third one. It's like he's not hitting me with the hammer. It's the ground afterwards exploding, and I can't get off the ground before it happens. So I don't know what I'm supposed to fucking do. See, like right here, he's got my guy down. Can't hurt him. Now I can. Well, until he blocks it, you know. He can just do that. I really didn't think he was coming my way, and plus I went to cast this spell and couldn't really stop because that's how it works. I get 585 if all 3 rocks hit him. Or $3.99 from the pebble. I also don't think it should cost stamina to cast a spell. Like, I hate that I can use a potion that makes it to where I don't use magic, but it doesn't matter because I'm still limited by my goddamn stamina. Yeah, I killed him the other day with my samurai, like, fairly easily. Like, it's got me wanting to fucking get my minimum stats up so that I can use a fucking katana, man. Oh yeah, the book's called Shadow of the Sword by Jeremiah Workman. Get out of there. Too early, and he can hit me while I'm on the ground, and I'm dead. Fuck. No problem, man. Just in here dying. Can't horse here. Can't horse here. What if I just bomb this guy straight away? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that did not work. Dead. I think there might be, you know what? I think there's still some churches that I can go to and get more golden seeds and flask upgrades. Let's look for churches. We'll start down here. No. Got third church. Got that church. Got that church. They're kind of hard to spot sometimes because it'll just be like the outline of a church. Like there's definitely something on the top of this mountain I've never been to. Could go there. Let me look for other churches real quick before I just get sidetracked with that. I think Church of Plagues already got. It's probably up in the north where I'm missing them. Oh no, I know Church of Vows. I was gonna go there. Where is it? What you got there? Oh yeah. Nice, thank you. Oh, nice. All right, thank you. Yeah, so the Church of Vows is right there. Don't think I've ever been up there before. Didn't look like a church up there, though. That just looks like a castle or something, but I don't think I've been there either. That almost looks like a church. We'll check that out real quick. Yeah, because that's huge, actually. Like, getting all the golden seeds and fucking sacred tears, so you get, like, your sacred tears do more healing from your flasks and whatnot. So I could be having flasks that heal me like, a lot better. Maybe not a lot better. I think I'm only missing like 3 churches, maybe. Maybe 4. Yikes. Oh, I don't know how I didn't die right there. The Second Church of America. It pulled me off my horse, so I'm probably going to get an NPC. You're jumping around so much, bitch. Oh! He was mean. Oh. Got her pole blade and a piece of a flask thingy. All right. Church. It kind of looks church-shaped. Hard to say, though. Even that almost looks churchy. Gotta look at it. Oh, man. Went to the store earlier and they gave me some like a free sample of these gummies. They were really, really gross. But I can tell that they're working. The Tibia Mariner. Summon a whole fleet of skeletons. Whoops. No, like marijuana gummies. Yeah, I think they're meant to taste like shit so that kids don't get into them and go, oh, wow, gummies. Candy. Oh, it's not a church. It's a lurch. Hello, that's a little room. Ow. Oh, good. Dappled white cured meat. What the fuck? Who's that for? Ooh. Found a place. Uh-oh, this guy's still alive. Whole bunch of these Martha Fockers in here. Pearl Drake Talisman 1? I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. Greatly boosts non-physical damage negation. Okay. Seems kind of stupid. Where did I say? That's the Rose Church. I know that I've been there. Yeah. Thought I pinned him. Oh yeah, I gotta go to Church of Vows. I need to ride up from here. I think I was on my way there earlier, and then I just totally forgot. Went and warped somewhere else. I do that when I get to talking about shit. Forget what I'm doing in the game. If I don't forget what I'm doing in the game, I'll forget what I'm talking about. Sucks getting old. Tibia Mariner in here too. No, it's a fucking hand or something. There he is. See, I know I see him again. In my travels. I think this is the easier fight with him though. Maybe. Where did he go? Where does this stupid ass boat go? Like, the boat just said fuck it and left, I guess. Weird. The resurrection painting. So apparently the media took a picture of Trump at the Pope's funeral with about 6 other people sitting next to him, and then they said that everybody was there in black suits. But then when you look at the same picture zoomed out, you can see that, like, it's probably over half are wearing black, you know, because it's a funeral. But the rest of everybody is wearing whatever they want because, you know, it's kind of what you do. I kind of think it's probably like a security thing. Like, Secret Service probably tells him to a certain extent, like, what suit, or, you know, maybe not what suit to wear, but, like, I imagine that suit is not a normal suit either. It's probably fucking bullet and, like, shrapnel proof or some shit. Maybe not, but you would think. I don't think there is any sacred tears here. This is just a weird ass place. Yeah, well, yeah, I would think he probably has a vest under the suit, but yeah, I would think the suit itself is probably made with Kevlar. Something like that, you know? That's what I'm thinking. That's probably the case. I'm pretty sure they've had things like that for a very long time. It's just, it's really expensive and hard to make, but, you know, those two phrases don't apply to the military or the government. Really expensive and hard to make does not matter to them. He probably has bulletproof hair at this point. He might. I think I used to see it blow around a little bit more in the wind. Now it looks pretty solid these days. Like, we think it's hair. It's really a Kevlar helmet disguised as hair. I'm just eating my sandwich. It was peanut butter and honey. That could be a church. Yeah. What honey is really good on? Everything. Salmon. I've never heard of this salmon that you speak of. Sounds hideous. That went the wrong way. All this salmon talk. Soy and honey and make a teriyaki. That sounds alright. I like teriyaki chicken. I don't know about no teriyaki salmon though. Teriyaki salmon. God damn it. There just had to be a tree sentinel. Oh, never mind. That's not a tree sentinel. Just like a dude. Sorry, dude. The Dragon Bolt Blessing. Lots of churches. Could be the remnants of a church. Probably one of those dragon churches, I think. Or just ruins. Minor Erd Tree Church. Didn't even know this was here. Golden Order Seal. Like the finger seal, kind of, but boosts fundamentalist incantations, which is probably like Golden Vow. Might want to come and get this with my samurai. Nice. We've increased the amount replenished 2 times. We can probably still do more. I feel like there's got to be one or two more churches. We haven't checked everything. There could be one up there. Kind of looks like odd. We'll check. Way up there. Ow. Frick you, bird. Not sure how to get up there. This way. Oh. The briars of punishment. There should be a way up here. Stand. Looks like there's something there, but how do I get up there? Probably have to hop across. Yeah, it's just the flasks. Fire Giant wasn't too bad. It took like 2 or 3 tries because I was able to summon Alexander. And then also, you know, my fucking mimic or whatever. That does not look like a church. Yeah, I got through Fire Giant all right. Godskin Duo was kind of tough. Malekith was kind of tough. Yeah, I got through all that shit at like level 115 or something. And then yesterday I got stuck on this last boss, you know, and I've just been leveling up and going and getting different spells, getting all the different talismans and shit. I say we're gonna die. It's too far. Gotta be a better grace to spawn at than where I went. This one. Almost seems like too big of an area for there to be nothing. Like I expect there to be a hidden cave somewhere in there. Somber 7. Sweet. Ooh. That's gross. I don't like the hands, dude. Freak me out. No, I don't think so. Fire Giant, you just gotta really watch him. Like he's big and slow with his attacks, you know. And once you get the timing down for it, it's not so bad. Fuck is this? Giants conquering hero's grave. Nice. Flame, protect me. Yeah. shit. One of these rampy places. Oh yeah, Grinch was in here yesterday. I remember now. I was like, what the fuck? Who's this cat? Shadow cat, shadow imps. Yeah, it did, Logie. It worked out really good. Mr. Kitty Cat. Want to kill you. Get on up here. Come on. A little closer. Get up, you bum. Fucking going. Shit. That was ridiculous, and he didn't even drop anything. It's just going back and forth between the two. Oh shit. Off with the flamethrower. Jesus. Fire! Man, this place is fucked. Stone sword keys for days. Say, this has to be right above that other room. He looks like he's gonna come right off the wall and fight. You guys can't be hurt until they see the light. Place. He doesn't look like I can hurt him. Yeah, he's fucking invulnerable. Locked by some contraption. Oh, we go down here, huh? Oh shit. Fucking Rosie O'Donnell's down here. That's right, bitch. I don't know if I should keep going in here. I guess. fucking bitch got me, man. Oh, good. The cat's back. I didn't go this way yet. Oh, I see there's nothing fucking down here. You'd have to drag everything back to this room where this circle is in order to kill it. Come on down. He'll do it too. He'll jump down here. Maybe not. But she's back again. Whoa. The giant seal? There's some shit I've never even heard of. Grave, or Great Grave Glovewort. That's good for leveling up your summons. Fucking toilet. Where does this go? Back up. Weird. Oh, okay, this is not the same room. Not the same room at all. Come on, kitty. Nice and easy now. I'm just exploring because I don't know. I don't know what the hell's in here. If he's really slow. Never mind. See, I wonder if he stays slow. Really stays fast. Maybe not. He slowed down. Ladder. Autocorrect will get you. Go. I didn't want to drop down from there, probably. I come down here. Kill this guy, I think. Ow. Maybe there's a door over here other than one that can't be opened. Does not appear to be. Come on, troll. Definitely some kind of puzzle. This light. Oh shit, I fell. I just don't know though. This place is freaking huge. Maybe if this goes back up, it'll make a circle on the floor down here. I don't know. Yep. Oh, whoa, dude. Where does this go? This is how I kill the troll. Oh, he's already exposed now. He's like thinking about it. He's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna kick your ass. Oh, good. There's a fucking boss door right there. Oh. See what's in here. Ancient Hero of Zamor. And Lewis is in here. It's a terrible fighter, though. Wait. I may have spoke too soon. Ow. Stop moving, damn it. The Zamor curved sword. Zamor mask. That's cool looking. It's actually a really good set. Well, I don't know stat wise, but it looked cool. Now I want to see what was in that other room, though. Oh, this is just... Let's see. I see. Shit. Run past this cat again. Run. Wonder what's the tallest ladder in gaming. I feel like it's one of the big radio towers on frickin' Dying Light 1, man. You used to have to climb so high. No, it's not just you, Logie. It's weird. Time is racing by. Fracing. So fracing right now? Yeah, it's really fast, dude. Actually, I really need to do some things around the house today before the whole day ends. Trying to find churches. I ended up going underground for 2 hours. Can't believe it's already the end of April. I know. It's freaking weird. I know, I need to fight the boss. Any more churches? Ugh. Oh, that's a church. That's definitely a church. Probably not, dude. Maybe in like a year when they're available. But I'm not like, I play my Switch maybe once a week, maybe once a month even. You know, it's not like a huge priority for me, so yeah, I don't imagine I will. Golden seed, we needed that. Oh yeah, I remember this place is really hard to get to because it's this shit. I'm not even going to this motherfucker. I just gotta get past him. Might be better to just knock him down as soon as I can. Well, I don't know how. Get the hell inside! Silver mirror shield? Who's this person? Definitely alive. Why are you here and why are you so big? Explain yourself. Why is there nothing else here? Seems like people are fighting something, but I don't know what. What if there's a church out on the Hallig tree? Oh man, yesterday I had a hard time with this Commander O'Neill guy out here at the ice place. He was kicking my ass. Over and over again. Oh yeah, that's right. I was saying I'd never been up here before. That almost looks like a church. I think it's just a building, though. Ruins. Yeah, let's try it. Jesus Christ. I was like, let me just look at it. kicking my ass. Doesn't feel like my flasks are any better. They probably are, but hardly noticeable. Come on. I thought I was dead already. My health was 0. I was like, yeah, I'm dead. No, I wasn't. God damn this fight. Here comes Beldar Conehead. God damn! Jesus Christ. It's like that guy should be the main character of the game. I'm just a fucking one of those random fucking guards you run into in the middle of nowhere. Actually, I've been learning a lot about the lore of this game, and I think they could very well do like a prequel where you might play as Radagon or, you know, one of the characters in this game that's kind of old. Like, these guys are all like old heroes and shit. Some, well, not all of them, but some of them. Like the first Elden Lord or whatever, Godfrey, you could play as him maybe. Damn it, I shouldn't have drank that right then. 'Cause it just got canceled. Shit. How? Motherfuck. Dude, if you just continuously spam at him, he will fucking wreck you. Jesus. I was like, let's see what happens if I just keep shooting. Normally, I'm trying to do like where we're playing back and forth, you know? It's like, let the mimic hit him, and then I'll hit him. We can keep him looking at the other person. Kind of works, but... Oh, you son of a bitch. No, go that way. Like, what is my mimic doing, dude? He's, like, not even in the fight until right now. I'm dead, and then he's like, oh, yeah, I'll get on it. Fucking... God. Just screwing around over there. Almost want to put a sword in my offhand. I do have this rotten crystal sword. Let's try that. What's up, Ghostface? Watch my mimic just go hard with the crystal sword. Something's gotta happen. Not gonna be me. Ooh. Oh, man. I knew he was going for my mimic, but I didn't realize he'd hit me, too. Holy shit. Now you're gonna die! It'll take 1 second to drink this potion, and then you're gonna die! Maybe not. Idiot mimic just dies. Oh shit, I just dies. Damn it! Damn it! Yeah, the staff's all the way upgraded. Actually, I was doing a thing where I had both staffs. The other one's not quite all the way upgraded. I shouldn't have dual-handed that, maybe. But yeah, this one's plus 10, this one's plus 9. Use Comet Azure. It's not been working very good. Try it. Ooh, I got more flasks. Okay. Realized I guess I had picked up that last golden seed. I had more flasks. Oh yeah. My butt itches. We're gonna dual wield staffs. We're gonna be a magic. Fuck. Magic Man. Jesus, Murphy. Come on, man. Just turn shot me like that. I've got like Radagon's icon. I've got the Dragon Crest shield thingy, or Great Shield. I got no goods, though. I need to get goods. Somebody told me I needed to get good, and I'm not sure where I find that. Fuck! Dead. D-E-D dead. Yeah, I'll look at my talismans real quick. I can't remember. We got Spelldrake +2, Graven Mass Talisman, Radagon Icon, Dragon Crest, Great Shield, Talisman. I wonder if this works with magic. Greatly raises attack power with successive attacks. Ritual Sword? Let me look it up. I smoked this guy the other day with my samurai build, but this one is just kicking my ass. Oh, raises attack power when HP is at maximum. Magic Scorpion Charm. I think I have that one, maybe. Oh, I got Sacred Scorpion. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hidden entrance here? Go up the mountain. Oh, does it consider this to be Lux Ruins as well, I guess? Oh, good. I was really thinking it was in that spot. Gotta be there. Oh, that mountain. I see it. I see it up there. Fucking get out of the way, tree. It's the other way. Everything is behind me. Up here, probably, so. Way around. Maybe I even have to go. Up and around. I'm completely surrounded by it. I feel like I'm going to get over here and then I'm going to see the right way and be like, fuck. Oh. Ow. You're ugly and fast, and I don't like it. All in, everyone. Oh, we're gonna get yelling, huh? Hold on, I gotta drink shit. Oh, shit. I don't think mine does. Maybe a little bit. Let's go see. We'll hit this guy. Clock him right in the head with a stick. Oh, fuck shit. Jesus Christ! $11 damage. Whereas my weakest spell... Whoops. Wasn't my weakest spell. 611. So yeah, you can. It just does 600 less damage. Where are these fuckers coming from? Ah. Great knife? What? Let's have a look at it. Look at that. That looks like a great knife. Actually, I would like a big-ass Bowie knife like that. That would be sick. Alright. Let's go kick whatever's ass is in this ass. I was probably supposed to come here about 100 levels ago. In some parts of the game, yes. In some parts of the game, no. Now, where do I want to put this? Potency of sorceries. I guess we could get rid of this. Magic damage negation. What would we want that for? Ritual sword talisman. When my HP is at maximum, which will be for 2 seconds. The Drake. Wait, did I get rid? Is that what I did? Yeah. And then the, what'd you say, the magic scorpion? Magic. No. It says can be obtained by giving Preceptor Celavus the Amber Starlight after Celavus tells you about this scheme. Cannot be obtained after Celavus's death, which occurs when Fingerslayer Blade is given to Ronnie the Witch. Yeah. I did. I gave her the blade. Gave it to her. Yeah. Get that off there cuz reasons. All right. We're going to kick this guy's ass. Right here, right now. This fight. This is it. Or the stream is ending. Fuck! That's it. I'll see you guys next time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was fast. It was like too fast. You must narfle the Garthok. He's going after that ghost. Give me my 12,000 back. Oh shit. God damn it. It's like he just decides to kill me. It's like, this is boring. You're dead. Just hear the carnage behind us. Red shit on me. Damn it. I was totally gonna roll. Oh, he's gonna kill me. God damn. That's what I get for doing something different at the start. Trying to roll right at him. He was not having that shit. Lendell, Ashen Capital. Back to the top of the stairs. Back through the bright fucking light. Yeah. I hate it. I quit. No, but seriously, I do need to go do some shit, you guys. This is pissing me off. And I do need to go do some shit, which is even worse because I want to stay and finish it. Want to beat this guy. I also want to go do some shit in my yard. Got yard work to do. I think tomorrow we'll kick this guy's ass. Or kill 1,000 birds trying. But yeah, thanks for watching, you guys. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Take it easy, Pete. Blaze, Frosty, Logie. I haven't even looked at Logie's channel. Let's have a look at it. He makes some videos. Oh. Subscribed. Right. Well, yeah. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow.